shelter. So I'll give you a wider perspective again of where this warning is and time this storm out for you. The National Weather Service does have it moving a little bit more off to the east southeast. Still not at a great pace here, around 20 to 30 miles per hour, but we will help you time out when this could potentially move into your area as we head through the next, say, 20-30 minutes. Again, this tornado warning does include parts of Fauquier, Rappahannock, and Warren County. Didn't get a great track on that. So let's give you again a wider perspective, and we'll give you a closer look at where that tornado warning is, because keep in mind, this is just one of several warnings we have on the map. Severe thunderstorm warning stretching all the way through parts of western Maryland, Washington County, Frederick County, down to where we now have this tornado warning as well. That tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock. So we'll stay with you on the air until that tornado warning does clear. But right now, the most suspicious part of that storm, the area that is potentially rotating, is located right over Front Royal as this storm continues to move off to the south and east. So let's try that again to try and time this storm out for you as it moves off to the south and east and not cooperating. So we'll get back over to that velocity data and see if we can give you an idea of where we are potentially seeing that rotation. Again, this is looking more like a radar indicated tornado, but a really solid radar signature there when it comes to what we look for when it comes to tornado warnings, indicating that we do have some rotation, possibly enough to leave a funnel cloud down to the ground just to the south of Front Royal, around Skyline Drive, just to the south of 522. Again, that's near Acre in that area. So if you are within that tornado warning, please make sure you are getting to that safe location. This storm kind of drifting off 522 just to the south of I-66. You can see Marshall, Amosville just outside of this warning, but I do want to get in a little bit closer there for you street level to give you an idea of where this storm is heading next, so you can make sure that you get into your safe location. If you have loved ones in the area that are within that red box, please make sure you're reaching out, making sure everyone knows where to go and is taking this warning seriously, because again, that is a pretty solid radar indicated tornado, and it did issue that tornado warning. So we'll give you a closer look at what we've got going on here south of 66, maybe a few more towns to help you get into that shelter if need be. We've got Wakefield Manor over near Crest Hill, Haxley's Crossroad, Condie down into Clifton. That is where this tornado warned storm is heading out to next. So we'll zoom in, get you street level to where that rotation is being indicated right now. And again, we'll watch some of our other radar products to show us whether or not we are seeing potential rotation in that area or potential lofting into the atmosphere. But right around Front Royal, Skyline Drive, Leak Run Parkway. And keep in mind, these storms aren't moving super quickly. That's a little concerning, from a flooding perspective as well. But right now, our concern is really more so on that wind signature. So we showed you velocity. I do want to show you another product here we call correlation coefficient. It gives us an idea of whether or not we're seeing any kind of debris being lofted into the atmosphere. That can be anything from tree branches, leaves, to potentially shingles off of roofs. But right now, not looking like we're seeing a ton in terms of correlation coefficient, maybe a little bit over Front Royal, but not necessarily the strongest signal that we would like to see there. So that is good news. Can be an indication that one, there's not a funnel on the ground, or two, we're not seeing strong enough winds to lead to that damage to loft the debris up into the atmosphere. So the tornado warning is for Rappahannock, Fauquier, and Warren until 5 o'clock, but do want to show you that we do still have those severe thunderstorm warnings stretching all the way off to the north and west. And we did just recently have that tornado watch issued until 10 o'clock. This actually does not include the areas that now have a tornado warning. It's really along and east of 95, but we are seeing some, rotation within the radar, a few kinks in the radar, as we'll call it, indicating that some of these storms could be rotating, but still some really strong winds, some really small to moderate sized hail in these storms stretching from Percival back into Brunswick. That storm looks like it's intensifying as well. And as you head closer to parts of Frederick and Washington County, do want to check in now with meteorologist Grace Thornton. She's got a storm track for us to help us time out where where this tornado warning is heading next.
Yeah, exactly, Caitlin. So as we continue to move into the next couple of minutes here, I did want to show you guys these storm tracks that we're able to get up for a couple of areas out where this tornado warning is. Again, this goes until 5 p.m. for Fauquier, Rappahannock, and Warren County. Here's a couple of areas: Huntley, Asheville, Ada at 4:42. That's when this storm is expected to be approaching your area. Marshall is included in this, Belvoir, Amissville, Airlie, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Warrenton Training Center is also in this around 4:53. Again, if you heard your town name or neighborhood name, you need to be in your safe space right now. That is the lowest, most interior room of your house. You can see around this warning here, just sort of that area of lighter rain just before the very heavy rain. So we'll turn on our velocity once again. You can see over towards that Front Royal area, we do have this signature where we're seeing rotating winds. We've got some green, we've got some red on the other side. Now, again, I do want to reiterate that this tornado is not being observed on the ground. This was just a radar indicated tornado, or, velocity, spinning winds that we're watching right now that the National Weather Service saw on their radar. So technically there has not been an observance on the ground just yet. This is just a radar indicated tornado. Very hefty lightning and very heavy rain incoming with this storm. Again, let's get down to that ground level there. Huntley, you need to be in your safe spaces. If you are in and around Fiery Run Road or Hume Road, Blue Ridge Mountain Estates, you guys need to be in your safe space. Arco as well. And as we move out towards Skyland Estates, you guys are technically outside of the tornado warning, but within a severe thunderstorm warning with, of course, this tornado warning that is within the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take another span out just so you can see this whole line here. Again, our tornado watch was issued just a few moments ago before we got this tornado warning to pop up here. So this is a fairly new watch across our area. Both our severe thunderstorm watch as well as tornado watch will be going until 10 p.m. tonight. So we still have several more hours where we will be tracking this line of thunderstorms and, of course, this tornado warning. So again, this is moving about 20 miles per hour. We've had a few more scans be able to come in here. So let's make sure and we have all these areas able to see exactly what's going on. So we do have a couple more areas coming up on the list here. Wakefield Country Day School. If you are in and around that area, you need to be in your safe space. St. Andrew Episcopal Church as well. Hackley's Crossroad, Fresta Valley Christian School as well, and Mission Church. All those areas you need to be in your safe space in the lowest, most interior room of that area. Like we said, we've got some churches, we've got some schools. You need to be kind of in the hallways away from doors and windows. All right, we can move over to meteorologist Caitlin Graff with any updates.
Yeah, Grace, our production crew has been able to find a camera in the Chester Gap area. This is on 522, so we'll take a look out there. You can see some trees waving in the wind there. Certainly lots of rain on the lens there. Again, this is 522. Thankful to see no cars on the road. Always a concern whenever you have a tornado warned area on a major roadway like this, but watching those trees carefully, you can see a little bit of shaking there in the wind. So we'll get you back to radar here and show you where that tornado warning is again in effect for the next 20 minutes. And one of the issues that we are seeing with these storms as they develop today is that they're not moving very quickly. So that is good news from a preparation perspective, gives you a little bit more time to get to that safe location, but it's also going to enhance our flood risk here as we head through the next several hours. So the strongest part of this storm still kind of back into the northwestern part of that polygon. We'll put that velocity data back on to see how that rotation is looking. And, we really haven't seen much change in it. It's right along 522. That's the area of most concern where we have that radar indicated tornado right now over Arco heading into the Huntley area. I do want to check that correlation coefficient one more time because again, that gives us an idea if there is any debris being lofted into the atmosphere, and possibly seeing a little bit, but not exactly the signature that we are typically looking for when it comes to debris getting lofted into the atmosphere. But we do still have that tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock tonight. Parts of Fauquier, Rappahannock, and Warren County. If you have loved ones in the area, please make sure you are checking in, making sure everyone is getting to that safe location. If you had the alert go off on your phone that you are within that tornado warning, please make sure you are getting to a small interior room. A basement is your best bet, but as Grace mentioned, just away from windows is where you need to be as this storm continues to cross south and west of Front Royal along 522. Again, Grace called out some of those towns that need to make sure they're getting into their safe location. But Huntley, this storm is heading in your direction next. Crest Hill, Vernon, also within this tornado warned storm until 5 o'clock. Now, I do want to show you again the rest of this line because I was just looking at some other radar data behind the scenes. And while it is not looking like rotating wind, we are seeing some really powerful winds in this cluster of storms working its way through parts of northern Virginia, right along Brunswick. That's where we had some outflow clocking in 50, 60 miles per hour. So we say it all the time. A storm does not need to be rotating to cause significant damage. And that is a really powerful wind signature again over Brunswick into the Lovettsville area. You can see all of that thunder and lightning again, indicating a really strong storm here. This is near Slabtown, right along 180, Knoxville, New Addition. If you are in this area, I would treat this storm like a tornado warning, making sure you are away from windows, finding a safe place to seek shelter because it doesn't need to be rotating to cause significant damage. And that whole cluster of storms is causing, or is showing rather, some really significant wind. But I do want to get you back to where we have that tornado warning in effect for at least the next 15 minutes or so here through Fauquier, Rappahannock, and Warren County. Now the storm again moving very slowly, so you do still have time to get into that safe location as this storm drifts off to the south and east. And we'll time it out for you here as it continues to drift into parts of Marshall and Amosville. Storm tracker really just not cooperating here today, but there we go. We got a better track for you there as the storm heads south of Marshall again into the Huntley area in just about 5 minutes. You've got about 5 minutes to find that small interior room, a basement, get yourself away from windows into Ada closer to 5:15, Marshall by 5:20. Of course, that is the time that, past the time rather that this tornado warning is set to expire. But if the National Weather Service does have indication that it is not weakening, it's not showing signs of letting up, they will extend that warning into those areas as well. And again, regardless of whether or not there is a tornado warning on any of these storms that do have severe thunderstorm warnings on them, you need to make sure you are getting to that safe location. So we'll show you again this whole line because I'm also concerned about the Brunswick and Lovettsville area. Have not seen a considerable or a destructive tag put on these warning quite yet. That is something the National Weather Service does whenever there is a heightened level of concern for wind damage, but I don't think we're certainly too far off from that as these storms are continuing to strengthen as they push off to the south and east. But this is the area, all of that thunder and lightning from Burkittsville down into Slabtown, Lander, Brunswick, Lovettsville, Sandy Hook, even over toward Washington Junction and Jefferson. I would make sure you are getting to a safe location with these winds that are potentially gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour. So we'll check in again with that rotation, that velocity data here for this tornado warning. Again, our best tool to give us an indication if these storms are rotating. And what we're looking for is what you see kind of right along 522 there, that brighter shade of red up against that brighter shade of green. I will say this doesn't look as tight as it did before, maybe some broader rotation, some rotation higher up in the atmosphere that isn't necessarily producing a funnel cloud, but right along 522 is where we do want to, make sure you are getting to that safe location in Huntley. I'll check in now with meteorologist Grace Thornton. Grace, have you heard anything from the National Weather Service about any kind of ground truth or any ground confirmation on this storm?
Yeah, so we have had some observations of hail within that storm, but actually the National Weather Service has now canceled that tornado warning for the Warren area. So they're going to at least cancel it, or at least cut it back as we kind of continue to follow that here. Now, I will say that further up the line, as we stretch up towards western Maryland, the Mount Airy area, really from Leesburg all the way into Westminster, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that pretty much spans all of western Maryland here, and that has a tornado possible tag on the entire thing. So if we kind of take these graphics full, you can see just how long this line is, well, and we will track it out for you right here. So while we take a little bit of a breather on that tornado warning that is being canceled, I do just want to show you guys here that this next line where you see from Westminster down through Mount Airy, Barnesville, and Leesburg, that is going to be continuing to lift off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So Westminster, Leesburg, Barnesville, Mount Airy, Freedom, Germantown, Reisterstown, as we gear towards about 5 p.m. here, you need to be indoors and remaining away from doors and windows. Again, this is not a tornado warning, but does have a tornado possible tag on it, and it just spans a very large area. So that's what we have right now. Our tornado warning is canceled for that area. Let's just move out really quickly to see that fall off the radar here. Again, still going for the moment, but it should be dropping off any moment. Again, this is what we've been tracking over near the Front Royal area. Plenty of lightning along 522. If we're zooming in here to some other areas, Huntley, you guys still need to be in your safe spaces as this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be passing. And again, that tornado warning is set to drop off here in the next few moments. Caitlin, I'm not sure if you got any updates over there, but I believe this should be dropping off here in the next few.
Did they just drop it for Warren County, though, since the storm is now out of Warren County, or did they say they're going to drop it as well for Rappahannock and Fauquier County?
Canceled, just listed Warren, so it's possible that they just clip it.
So then, yeah, I would assume that they just dropped off Warren County back toward Front Royal, where the storm has cleared out, but still in effect for Fauquier and Rappahannock County until 5 o'clock. Now, I will say I was just looking at some radar data behind the scenes, and that rotation has gotten much broader. We are not seeing that tight rotation couplet that we initially saw when this warning was issued. So they very well may still continue this until 5 o'clock. However, the storm is not looking as significant from a rotation perspective. So that is always good news there. But regardless, it is producing some really significant wind, whether it is straight line, whether it is rotating. But you can see even as that cluster of thunder and lightning becomes a little bit more widespread, gives us solid hope that this storm is still strong, yes, but rotating, perhaps not. Now it is heading into the Crestville area next, near Hackley's Crossroad, Condy, Cleft Mill. So I would still get into and stay in that safe location until this tornado warning is either canceled or expanded a little farther off to the south and east. But I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about in terms of that, velocity, that rotation that we've been watching, because whenever this warning was first issued, we did have really solid radar indication that the storm was rotating. But you can kind of see what I'm talking about here, where that red and that green is looking a little bit more disorganized. You don't have that really tight couplet indicating that the storm is rotating, a really good sign when it comes to the possibility of a tornado being on the ground. And again, we did not get any ground confirmation of a funnel cloud, but rather a radar indicated tornado. Quite common for this area. And keep in mind that on the outskirts of that tornado warning, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning that includes parts of Warren and Rappahannock County still until about 5:15 this evening. But the strongest part of that storm does still appear to be within that severe warned area. We just got a report from our production crew that we have a camera to show you in Front Royal, and we'll see what that looks like here. Lots of cars on the road, thankfully traffic moving along okay, but you can still see that pouring rain. This is in the area that was included in the tornado warning, no longer in the warned area. So great news there. And again, you can see it was trimmed back for Warren County, but continues for Fauquier and Rappahannock County until 5 o'clock tonight. I do still want to show you that wider perspective because we've got really powerful storms just off to the north of that tornado warning. Still concerned about this area in particular. You can see just to the north of Leesburg, Brunswick, Lovettsville, heading toward Tuscarora. That's where we're still seeing some really significant wind. As Grace mentioned, there was a tornado possible tag on this storm. At last check, it did look to be more straight line wind in nature versus rotating. But if you are in Lovettsville, if you're in Luckett's, Tuscarora, this storm is heading into your area next, about to cross Route 15. Always a concern as we head through the evening rush to have storms of this magnitude producing just torrential rain, thunder, lightning, and again, not moving very quickly. Now off to the north and west, still some really powerful storms all within severe thunderstorm warnings until 5:30 for parts of Baltimore, Frederick, Howard, and Montgomery County. You can see Myersville, Thurmont. The strongest part of this storm has cleared out of your area. Still some really heavy rain, lots of thunder and lightning, but Walkerstown, Libertyville, this is where we also have that wind threat as well, where we have the potential for these storms to rotate. As you get closer to Mount Airy, Lisbon, still seeing some strong wind, but again, no rotation necessarily on the map, but lots of heavy rain, thunder, lightning, lots of energy in these storms. Down into Montgomery County, little downpour into Darnestown, but the closer you get into town, we are still dry around the metro for now. But we have these kind of two broken segments of storms that we're tracking, one through parts of Northern Virginia, now covering most of central and north central Maryland, but also the tornado warning that is still in effect for parts of Fauquier and Rappahannock County until 5 o'clock this evening. Here's a look at where we have that tornado watch, which again did not include the area where we have the warning, but along the 95 corridor and off to the east, a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. We also have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect for areas off to the west until 10 p.m. So we'll check back in on this tornado warned storm. Again, still in effect until 5 o'clock tonight. You can see the whole polygon there for that tornado warning started to become a little bit more filled in with heavy rain, some thunder, some lightning. We'll check on the rotation there. And, you know, still actually seeing a little rotation there just off to the east of 522, not necessarily as strong as it was when that warning was first issued, still a little disorganized. But right now, if there is a tornado on the ground, if a funnel cloud is extending to the surface, it would be closer to Crest Hill into Hackley's Crossroads. So we'll take that in mind and kind of time out the rest of this storm as it continues to work through that warned area. Again, we've got about 7 minutes on this warning, and we'll see if they drop it or extend it a little bit later into the 5 o'clock hour. But that's the area I would be most concerned with as far as rotation goes. We'll see if we can get a good track there on you, but sometimes our tools just don't cooperate for us. But that's the area that we really do need to be mindful of for that possible rotation here as we head through the rest of this tornado warned storm. Again, right now doesn't necessarily look like enough that I can confidently say they will let that warning drop at 5 p.m. There might be enough of a radar indication to keep that warning going, but right now I would say as you're closer to Front Royal, you are looking in better shape than areas near the Macedonia Baptist Church. Grace, I'm going to keep talking through radar here, but if you want to get a storm track up on that so we can see the rest of that track as it heads through parts of Rappahannock and Warren County until about 5 o'clock, that would be great, because again, our velocity data is still showing enough indication that that storm is rotating, that it does really warrant staying in that tornado safe area, your basement, a small interior room. But as I mentioned earlier, even if you are not within that tornado warned area, if you are back in the severe thunderstorm warning stretching from Loudoun County back into Frederick County, Washington County, please make sure you are also seeking that safe location. But doing a check-in now with Grace, she's got that storm track for you.
Yeah, so here's what we're looking at within the same polygon of that tornado warning, kind of what we're expecting next and who's in line next for that. We'll take this full so you guys can see the names of those neighborhoods and towns here that are still within the tornado warning as we head towards about 5 p.m. here. Not sure whether the National Weather Service is going to expire that or cancel that as we head into the next couple of minutes. But here we go. So South Run Church, apparently this is a historical church, so they are within that tornado warning. Thumb Run Church as well. Conde and Cliff Mills. Cliff Mills, you are right at that 5 p.m. mark. marker. Conde, that's going to be 4:57, and then 4:56 for South Run Church. Let's flip back over to our reflectivity here so we can see just how much lightning and rain is going on within these storms. So this kind of came up here in the last 15-20 minutes here, really starting to see some widespread rain. So if there were to be a tornado on the ground, again, we haven't seen that verified. This is a radar only sort of indication that there may have been some spin in the atmosphere, a tornado working through that area. Again, this is right to the east of Front Royal, but nothing on the ground so far. But of course, what we can see is widespread, very heavy rainfall, tons of lightning across that area. Again, most of the rain is kind of filtering through this tornado warning at the moment. On the very edge of the tornado warning, again, is going to be these areas. This is Carter's Run Road. You guys need to be in your safe space. Cliff Mills is on the outer edge of this tornado warning as well. Leeds Manor Road, Old Waterloo Road, and Wilson Road are just on the outside of it, but you guys will start to see your rainfall really pick up here in the next couple of minutes. Again, plenty of lightning as we head down towards Amissville and Hackley's Crossroad, Crest Hill. You all need to be staying in your safe space. Again, lowest, most interior room of your house. This is places like a hallway, a bathroom, and if you have time or you've just been kind of sitting there, it's always great to, maybe put a blanket over your head or something like that. Let's check back on that velocity though, because again, that signature just wasn't looking too significant to us here in the studio. Now, there is definitely some high wind flow within this. You can see those that area of bright green here from Crestville through Hackley's Crossroad. So this is what we're seeing in terms of hefty winds kind of blowing through here. As for actual rotation or a significant amount of rotation here, not totally seeing that as we see these most recent scans come through. But again, we haven't been able to drop that tornado warning just yet. So let's pull that warning back up here. You can see, we do have a little bit of rotation, just generalized rotation within that storm. But again, National Weather Service does not feel confident enough to be dropping that warning at the moment. Let's take a check over at that chat to see if there's anything else to note. It doesn't seem like they have updated us in the grand scheme of things. So let's get back to that tornado warning. Again, this continues until 5 p.m. We're going to span out here just to make sure you guys are aware of everything going across the DMV. You can see how much these storms have filtered in over the past 3 hours or so, really linking up just the moment they got over the Allegheny Mountains here. So that was the last 3 hours. Let's move forward into now. Again, these are slow movers, about 20 miles per hour. So we do have tons of lightning on there, but also a lot of heavy rain, and that heavy rain and slow moving storms and the mixture of drought in our area, that makes for possibilities of localized flooding and even flash flooding in some areas, especially for areas out along Route 70, a little bit more hilly, more of a plateau region out in that area. And we certainly want to watch those areas for potential localized flooding as well as flash flooding or flooding on the roadways as you guys make your way home from work. So it's almost 5 p.m. now. We still have another 5 minutes left on this warning. But again, almost 5 p.m. It's about time for you guys to be thinking about getting home from work today. And of course, we still have a tornado warning going in for Fauquier County and Rappahannock County. Caitlin, do you have some updates over there for us?
Yeah, just keeping an eye on that potential rotation in that tornado warned storm, Grace. I'm anxious to see if the National Weather Service does extend it or let it drop off at 5 o'clock. Like we've been saying, the rotation not nearly as significant as it was when that warning was first issued. However, sometimes we see with these storms, like we talked about, they kind of pulse up, they pulse down, they show signs of rotation, they weaken a little bit. But right now, again, that tornado warned storm is set to expire at 5 o'clock, but cannot emphasize enough the power in some of these severe severe thunderstorm warnings that we are also tracking. So right now that tornado warning does continue, or it looks like they did just drop it there for Fauquier and Rappahannock County. That area is still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15. You can see the strongest part of that storm now pushing off to the east of 522, but heading toward Marshall and Warrenton. We'll give you a wider perspective of the number of severe thunderstorm warnings we have on the map, because again, this is still an area I'm concerned with back through parts of Loudoun County. This warning in effect until 5:30 over toward Tuscarora, Leesburg. You can see that really dense lightning, that really heavy rain from Brunswick stretching up and down Route 15. Big concern there for, a big road that folks are on for their evening commute, having this not only magnitude of rain and lightning, but the wind, some really powerful winds being detected in these storms. Again, that's about to work its way into parts of Montgomery County. Right now, northern Montgomery County from Damascus down into Laytonsville, just seeing some moderate to heavy rain. We've got another really strong cluster of storms working its way out of Frederick County and Montgomery County into Howard County around Mount Airy into Lisbon, but Libertytown, that's another area where we have really dense lightning. Again, lots of power in these storms, indicating some strong wind that we're also seeing from Union Bridge down into Libertytown. But again, the tornado warning has been dropped for now. That is great news, but you do still need to take these storms really seriously as they continue to drift off to the east-southeast. And again, rather slowly. We've only got a forward motion of about 20 to 30 miles per hour on these storms, so that enhances our flooding risk as well. We've been talking a lot about the severe potential, the damaging wind, the heavy rain, the thunder, the lightning, but flooding will be a threat as we head through the evening as well, with these storms just not moving very quickly. Urban street flooding, small rivers and streams that can overflow their banks will be something we're monitoring as we head through the evening tonight. So the entire area started off the afternoon under that severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock, but we do now have the tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. as well, up and down the 95 corridor and off to the east. So that was just our first tornado warning, potentially of several for the evening. And of course, as tornado warnings are issued, we will bring you the very latest here on air. But for now, we're still watching the severe thunderstorm warnings covering just so much of our area. That one was just extended to include parts of Culpeper, Fauquier, Rappahannock County, now until 6 o'clock. So we still have an hour to go on that warning. And again, that is just another indication of how slowly these storms are moving. We like to see storms moving closer to 40, 50 miles per hour to help keep that flood risk down, but that is just not the case as we head throughout the next several hours. So the strongest part of that storm is over Amosville, about to head through more of Culpeper, Fauquier, and head out of Rappahannock County until 6 o'clock tonight. This is kind of the cluster we're watching through northern Virginia, but as you get back into Loudoun County, parts of Frederick, Washington County, Montgomery County, we also have a really hefty cluster of storms there. So I'll give you a closer look again at that area that was showing some really powerful winds earlier as these storms moved over areas like Brunswick and Lovettsville. I'll be anxious to see if we have any damage reports out of that area, because radar was indicating some winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour. At last check, the wind signature was not as intense, but still some really powerful winds from Buckystown down into Tuscarora and Luckettsville. This is going to head into Poolesville, Germantown, Damascus here as we head through the next, 20 to 30 minutes. But these storms just not moving very quickly. So again, we'll also be watching for any flooding concerns. There is a flood watch in effect closer to Baltimore that has not been extended to our region, but you can see back into parts of Frederick, Libertytown, Union Bridge. This is another area I'm concerned with for some potentially damaging wind. We say it all the time, a storm does not have to have a tornado warning on it to cause really significant straight line wind. So I do anticipate we'll start to see some damage reports from a wind perspective coming out here as we head through the rest of the evening. And of course, as we get those damage reports, we will bring them to you. Leslie Lorenzo, I'm going to send things back to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. This is WUSA9 News at 5. And as you know, when we're dealing with severe weather, this is where you want to be. Just scan this QR code to download our free WUSA9 app to track the forecast whenever you want. Our radar and futurecast is streaming live 24/7, even when we're not here on the air. again, we should welcome you in. Thank you for being here with us at 5 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
And I'm Leslie Foster. In the last 45 minutes, services for South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham wrapped up at the National Cathedral in Northwest D.C. You remember, he died suddenly earlier this month at the age of 71.
Now, to honor his decades as a lawmaker, Senator Graham lied in state in the Capitol Rotunda today. Then leaders like President Trump and Vice President Vance, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky filled the National Cathedral for a private ceremony.
That prominent guest list means road closures and security measures around the National Cathedral even now.
Yeah, our John Duran is near the cathedral tonight. So, John, how tight is security in that area still at this hour?
See there in that brighter shading of green, and away from radar, that's what we're looking at in red, and that's the area we're concerned with just off to the west of Sperryville. So I'll zoom in a little bit closer there, see if we can get you street level for where we are potentially seeing a funnel cloud. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. Have not seen any ground confirmation on this storm yet, and it is a rather rural area, so not getting any major streets, any local streets I should say, in the area, but just off to the west of Sperryville, west of 211, Route 231. And that's where you need to make sure you are getting into that safe location. Again, this is a relatively small warning, only encompasses Rappahannock, part of Rappahannock County, until 5:30 this evening. So we'll zoom in a little bit closer to where that tornado warning is, and similar to what we saw earlier this afternoon, the tornado warning itself is within a severe thunderstorm warning, and we'll try and track out where this storm is heading next. Again, moving a little bit quicker than what we initially saw on these storms. They were drifting off to the east around 20 miles per hour. This storm is moving a little bit more east southeast around 35 miles per hour. So that's going to put it closer to the 522 corridor here in just a few minutes. And again, not getting a great track on that, but we'll get meteorologist Grace Thornton in here in just a few minutes to time out that storm for you, because this is one of many that we do have on the map. It's our only tornado warning. Again, Rappahannock County until 5:30. If you got that alert sent to your phone that a tornado warning was issued, you need to make sure you are getting into that safe location. If you have loved ones in the area, please make sure you check in, make sure everyone is taking these storms seriously, because again, there is enough indication on radar that there could potentially be a funnel cloud extending down to the ground. And again, this will be a concern here over the next several hours. We have a tornado watch in effect along and east of the 95 corridor until 10 o'clock this evening. But you can see that tornado warned storm is kind of part of a larger cluster of storms around Amosville. Not seeing any rotation within this storm, but seeing some really powerful winds. We could still see winds gusting 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. And we say it all the time, storms do not need to be rotating to have significant damage associated with them. So if you are within any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, please make sure you are also finding that safe location, seeking shelter. We're also tracking those strong storms that are continuing to push off through parts of Frederick County and Montgomery County, now working their way a little bit closer to the Baltimore area, where there is also a flood watch in effect. But you can see working out of Leesburg into Poolesville now. We have that really heavy rain, Germantown, Laytonsville, Damascus, Mount Airy, another severe thunderstorm warning that is also in effect until about 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight. So ironically, we now have our second tornado warning in an area that is not under the tornado watch, but along and east of 95, we also have the tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. But this is where we have that tornado warning. Again, radar indicated, have not heard any ground confirmation of actually seeing a funnel cloud on the ground. But what this means is that the National Weather Service does have enough indication that this storm is rotating, that it could potentially produce that funnel cloud. So if you're within this warned area, again, Rappahannock County until 5:30, you need to make sure you're getting to a small interior room, a basement. Right now, the strongest part of that storm is just off to the south of Sperryville. In fact, part of the storm is actually a little outside of that warning polygon. I do want to check in with meteorologist Grace Thornton to see if she can get a storm track on you and kind of take you town by town as this storm moves off to the south and east.
Yeah, we're going to get that storm track up in just one second, but I did want to show the viewers, one way that we track the potential for tornadoes is wind shear. That's sort of the measure of velocity, rotating winds throughout levels of the atmosphere. And we're starting to see a good amount of shear actually bump up to a sort of a moderate level as we look out towards the west, very far west of that tornado warning. Again, west of Sperryville and just past the Skyline Drive area, we're starting to get a little bit of new data in there. So let's go back to our reflectivity and make sure that we get a storm track on this so you guys can know exactly where that's coming and where it is going as we head into the next couple of minutes here. Again, this is just passing south of Sperryville. We've got a bit of an influx of some dry air where you can see a lot of those thunder strikes around 2:31. So this is going to be continuing on here. Again, moving about 20 miles per hour. So these are slow moving storms. Let's stretch this all the way out here, even past then. So if you are within that polygon, Piedmont Church is what I can first see popping up here. Beach Spring Church as well, Fletcher Mill, Holland, Woodville Baptist Church, Scrabble, and Hope Hill Baptist Church. You guys are on kind of the very end of this, around 5:30. Again, this tornado warning is going to go until that 5:30 marker there. So we'll take away these storm tracks really quickly and span things out here so you can see exactly what's going on across our area. Again, this is part of two sections of strong storms. Of course, we have this one singular storm stretching from Warrenton, Virginia, all the way back into that Sperryville area where there is a tornado warning ongoing until 5:30. We also now have a strong storm pulsing up just to the north of Winchester, Virginia as well. That has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And of course, we have widespread, very heavy rainfall shifting across I-70 right now, up through Westminster, now inching into Jarrettsville, Maryland too. And here in D.C., we are mostly dry. We've got a couple of sprinkles across the region right now, or at least here in the district, but not too much to talk about. This is mainly on the outskirts of town, but I do think DC will start to see some more activity as we head through the next couple of hours. Leslie and Lorenzo, did you have some additional information for us?
You know what? I think we're going to take a quick break, Grace and Caitlin, and reset a bit, and we'll be right back.
drifting from Culpeper down toward Fredericksburg. And it right now looks like the strongest part of the storm might be just outside of that warned area, again in the Remington area, but you can see that really dense thunder and lightning over Kelly's Ford, again just to the east of Stevensburg, over by Silver Hill, Bleak. If you are in this area, again, please make sure you are getting to that safe location. This new tornado warning just issued until 6:15 this evening. So we'll give you a wider perspective here, show you the entire area that this warning does encompass, because this is, again, radar indicated. We'll look out for messages from the National Weather Service to see if they have any ground truth, any ground confirmation that there may be a visible funnel cloud. But my assumption is this is probably just radar indicated at this point. But again, that velocity couplet did look a little broad, but showing some signs of that possible rotation. So we'll time out this storm for you as it moves off to the south and east. Still around 30-35 miles per hour. Storms now moving slightly quicker than they were a little bit earlier this afternoon, but the storm going to head closer to the Botna area here any minute. You need to make sure you are getting to that safe location. Basement's a great option, small interior room, anywhere away from windows. If the Alice C. Tyler Village of Child Help School sounds familiar, the storm will be in your area in just about 5 minutes, closer to Flat Run just before 6 o'clock, into Brock Road, also an area within this warning as we head closer to 6:15. So again, that is where we have the tornado warning now in effect until 6:15. So the severe thunderstorm warning just off to the west, that also includes parts of Culpeper, Madison, Page, and Rappahannock County until 6 o'clock tonight. But it is that new tornado warning that we are the most concerned with, and the strongest part of that storm right now on the westernmost part of that polygon. You can see a large swath of the area, again, not quite impacted by that storm, but that means you have time to get to that safe location. So we'll zoom in a little bit closer, see if we can't get you some town names here. Again, Flat Run, Dunavant, Hazel Grove, Brock Road. You are within this tornado warned area and need to make sure you are getting to a safe location. Right now, the storm that I just showed you off to the west near Luray and Stanley under the severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. That is just for some small hail, some potentially damaging wind. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now covering parts of Montgomery County. Now looks like we do have a new warning that includes DC, Fairfax, and Prince George's County as well. So let me kind of zoom out here to give you a little perspective, because most of this storm is now over Montgomery County, but as it drifts off to the south and east, it does now include parts of the district and Fairfax County. It looks like just kind of clips Fairfax County and DC. The majority of that storm is back toward Montgomery County and Prince George's County. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but we have seen a lot of really strong wind in a lot of these storms. In fact, we have a number of wind damage reports through parts of Montgomery County. Nothing major, but some reports of trees, some wires down. But you can see again, that new severe thunderstorm warning does just barely clip parts of Montgomery County, or I'm sorry, clip parts of DC and Fairfax County, and it extends into Prince George's County. This now in effect until 6:15. So we'll show you the strongest part of that storm as again it drifts off to the south and east. These storms moving still, relatively slowly for powerful storms, around 30-35 miles per hour. But right now, right over Montgomery Mall, Rockville, Big Pines, Potomac, you are just getting soaked with rain. These storms are warned for the potential of damaging wind, but you can see how much thunder and lightning is moving through parts of Olney, Brighton, Allenwood, over toward New Birmingham and Fairland. That's where we have these really strong storms that are continuing to move through the region. But I do want to get back to that tornado warning. Again, this was just issued moments ago until 6:15. It includes Fauquier, Spotsylvania, and Stafford County, and it is moving a little bit quicker here. You can see more of that strong storm working its way into that westernmost part of the polygon. So we'll zoom in a little bit closer. This is the area with that suspected rotation over Kelly's Ford, Lingnum, moving toward Richardsville. We'll check in with the velocity. Again, that's the radar product we use to give us an indication of whether or not these storms are rotating. And this cell in particular is a little bit farther away from our radar site in Sterling, so might not have a great reading here. But what we're looking for is that bright green up against that bright red. And it does look like we could see a little bit of that right along Route 3 through parts of Richardsville. You can see that data kind of drops off there a little bit farther off to the south, but I think it's probably right here that has the National Weather Service concerned about that possible rotation right over Flat Run. So now that storm is just off to the south and east of Stevensburg over by Burr Hill. So if you are in this region, I would absolutely make sure you're getting to that safe location. We'll get you back to a more traditional radar view here and give you some street level mapping of where you need to make sure you're getting into that safe location. Again, right over the Flat Road area. That's what I'm most concerned with right now, but we still have a ways to go on this warning. Again, in effect until 6:15 for parts of Fauquier, Spotsylvania, and Stafford County. And you can still see a powerful part of that storm just outside of the polygon, but right along Route 3. If this storm is rotating, if it is producing a funnel cloud, that is the area I'm concerned with right along Flat Run. So again, we'll get you a little bit closer here. If Indiantown sounds familiar, Richardsville near Ely's Ford Road, you need to make sure you are in that basement, a small interior room away from windows. If you have loved ones in the area, please make sure you're checking in, making sure everyone is taking this warning seriously. Anytime there is a tornado warning issued, you need to make sure you are seeking that proper shelter. Even some of these severe thunderstorm warnings we have been tracking throughout the day absolutely warrant seeking that shelter, because we have seen winds gusting close to, if not over 60 miles per hour. So I'll give you a wider perspective here. We'll time out this storm as it moves off to the south and east. Now with that forward motion a little bit closer to 30-35 miles per hour. So still from a strong storm perspective on the slower side. In fact, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen any flooding reports, just given how slowly some of these storms are moving. But as this drifts off to the south and east through Lake of the Woods Church, if that sounds familiar, you've got about 5 minutes to get to that safe location until this storm starts to move into your area. It'll be closer to Chancellorville, right on the outskirt of that warning around 6:15 when this warning is set to expire. Now off to the west, we've got a strong, hefty little storm here. You can see just off to the south of Luray near Stanley. No significant rotation in this storm, though this is a region where we have seen some pretty significant wind shear, that changing wind speed and direction with height. So we'll be watching every storm that pops in this area very carefully to potentially get a tornado warning in addition to that severe thunderstorm warning. What we've seen with a lot of these warnings is the National Weather Service will issue the severe thunderstorm warning with a tag with a note that a tornado is possible. But Cabot Town over towards Skyland, just off to the north of Big Meadows, really powerful storm moving through that region. And of course, still keeping a very close eye on this big cluster of storms moving through Montgomery County from Olney back toward Fairland, Rockville. This new severe thunderstorm warning does encompass parts of D.C., just kind of slivers of west D.C. and parts of Fairfax County until 6:15. But right around Fairland, Olney, that's an area where not only we have heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, but likely some powerful wind as well. I want to check in now with meteorologist Grace Thornton. She's keeping an eye on that tornado warning. Grace, have you heard any confirmation from the National Weather Service of whether or not there was any ground truth to this or any damage reports associated with it?
No, Caitlin, I have not. Currently, it's still just a radar indicated tornado warning. They're seeing the possibility of some rotating winds with that. And of course, a lot of lightning, heavy downpour, certainly a dangerous storm, even if there is no tornado warning or tornado on the ground at the moment. So the area that we're most concerned with right now is going to be that flat run area and out towards Stork. I have our storm tracks pulled up here. Glendy, Cookstown, Berea, I believe it is called, even as far out as Chancellor. As we kind of inch towards the 95 corridor, the tornado warning is just clipped outside of the 95 corridor as we head out towards Falmouth. So that will be pushing towards that, of course, very busy highway as we head towards the 6 p.m. hour tonight. Again, this tornado warning is going to push until 6:15. So I want to remind everyone, safe spaces for a tornado warning. That is going to be the lowest, most interior room room of your house. Basement, plenty of people here have basements. That is a perfect place to go. You want to be underground if you can. And again, you want to put as many walls between you and the storm around you. So something like a stairwell as well is okay, especially if it's in the house. Lowest, most interior room, a downstairs bathroom is also a good thing to note. I do want to say, as we start to see a couple more radar scans move through here, let's just go back to our reflectivity here. You can see as this, storm approached very quickly, we are starting to see a bit of more of a kink, I think, in that storm. So we'll turn on our velocity here and make sure that we have our tornado warning in place. It does look like they've clipped off a couple of places on the back side of that from Stevensburg. All right, well, we do have a picture while we track this. This is actually a further back from this same storm system, a little bit further back in the Madison area and the Culpeper area, currently outside of the tornado warning, but you can still see those low-level clouds and kind of a bit of a hail core. You can see with those very light streaks of blue on these kind of right side of the screen there. So we've got plenty of damaging storms in the region, even if we're not seeing a confirmed tornado on the ground. So thank you for showing that picture. Again, that's from Virginia there. It's part of the same storm complex that we're tracking right now. So we can get back to our velocity here. Again, as we kind of head into the next few minutes here. Again, Route 3 around Flat Run, those areas we're certainly watching. You need to be in your safe space. Again, lowest, most interior room of your house. A lot of these roads hard to populate at the moment. Ellie's Ford Road, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that quite correctly. Richardsville. And then as we kind of head out towards the Stork region, Pine View, you need to be in your safe space as well as this starts to kind of move over the region here. Heartwood, Stork, along Route 17 as we inch out towards the 95 corridor as well. We definitely have to be getting in our safe spaces and starting to get indoors, especially if you're in the Fredericksburg area, if they do decide to expand this tornado warning any further. Again, we have seen some areas clipped off on the western side of that. Let's move this forward here so we can get to the now. Again, 6:15 is going to be that time where this expires. We haven't seen any additional updates here. There have been a few tornado warnings on the north side of DC in the Baltimore area at times tonight, but we are still tracking mainly just a couple of tornado warnings here and there. They've popped up over the past couple of hours. I will say the National Weather Service has just updated us in the chat here that one of our severe thunderstorm warnings, I should say. Actually, I believe this one right here that was issued for Prince George's County as well as Anne Arundel County has a tornado possible tag on here. So I believe this is what is covering from Laurel through Odenton as well as out towards the Annapolis area. Make sure that you are getting indoors as soon as possible because while Odenton, Bowie, and out towards Annapolis, they're seeing light rain right now, but you can see that there is very heavy rain on the outskirts of all of these areas. North of Lakeshore, plenty of very heavy rain. This is really going to limit visibilities for many people who are out on the roads. And we also look like we have another tornado warning on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay here for the eastern area in Talbot County. So plenty of activity in and around the DMV tonight. Again, what we are currently tracking right now is going to be that tornado warning for Culpeper, Fauquier, Orange, and Spotsylvania County, sort of split between all of these counties here south of the Gold Vein area, working into Route 3 and approaching the Heartwood area, Dunavant area, stretching back across Route 20 where Route 20 meets Route 3 there, Hazel Grove, Brock Road, Todd's Tavern, Chancellor, 5 Mile Fork. And this is not too far and away from the Fredericksburg area. So as we move into the next couple of minutes here, if you recognize any of the names I just called out, make sure that your family, your friends who live close to these areas are in their safe spaces and make sure that they are staying indoors as this storm is coming to pass. So again, this is moving around 20 miles per hour. Most of these storms have been this evening here. So here's what's coming up: Chancellor, Spotsylvania, Fredericksburg, and the Shannon area as well over the next couple of minutes here as we move into 6:15. Those are the areas who want to be getting to their safe spaces as this tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning could be expanded. I believe Caitlin McGrath has some additional information for us tonight. What are you seeing, Caitlin?
Yeah, Grace, I was just checking in with the National Weather Service. Have not heard any reports of any confirmation of actually seeing a funnel cloud in the area where we do have the tornado warning. Again, parts of Culpeper, Fauquier, Orange, and Spotsylvania until 6:15. It is a radar indicated tornado, meaning there is enough indication on radar that there could potentially be a funnel cloud drop from that storm, but no reports of a storm quite yet. It looks like they did just trim back parts of that tornado warning, but I will say they are posting a number of significant damage reports out of parts of Montgomery County toward the Gaithersburg area where we had that other really strong storm. So I do want to start off with the tornado warning because, again, this is where you absolutely need to make sure you are in that safe location. You are seeking shelter until this storm has passed. The tornado warning in effect until 6:15. Now we'll show you where there is that possible rotation, though I was just looking at some of our other radar data behind the scenes, and I have no doubt this storm is producing really powerful winds, especially near that area of Dunavant, right along Route 3 there where it meets Route 20. It does not look like significant rotation. It's a pretty broad velocity couplet, meaning high up in the atmosphere. Yes, we are absolutely seeing some rotation, just not a lot that could potentially produce a funnel cloud down to the surface. But we do still have the tornado warning in effect until 6:15. So Hazel Road, Brock Road, Chancellor, you need to make sure you're finding that safe location. Berea, if I'm saying that correctly, right along Route 17. Also within that tornado warning here for the next 10 minutes. But again, that's not the only storm that we're tracking. And like we've seen with a lot of the storms that have developed throughout the afternoon and evening, they are within severe thunderstorm warnings because that is still a really powerful storm just off to the north of that warning, back toward parts of Goldvein. No doubt seeing some likely damaging wind. Richardsville also seeing some powerful winds in addition to that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. And again, this is just outside of the tornado warning, but Flat Run also possibly seeing not only damaging wind, but potentially some small hail in that region. But do want to get back into parts of Montgomery County because, again, this is the storm that has produced a number of damage reports out of the area. Now, it is kind of drifting out of Montgomery County into parts of Prince George's County and Howard County. And as Grace mentioned, that warning was extended to include more of Prince George's through 7 o'clock and Anne Arundel with that tornado possible tag, because that's what we've been seeing as these storms develop. They produce not only a strong line of powerful wind, but a little kink in the radar, some of that possible tight rotation that could result in an isolated tornado. But right around Fairland over into Laurel, just off to the south of Olney, that's where we have really heavy rain, dense thunder and lightning. And what that thunder and lightning tells us is that there's a lot of energy in these storms, and that can often translate to that damaging wind. Again, a number of reports coming out of Montgomery County of trees down, a tree on a home, in fact. So we do know that this storm is producing some really strong wind. You can see right along the Beltway, impacting parts of Montgomery County, Potomac, some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning back through Bethesda into Silver Spring, College Park. Now getting in on the action, parts of the district, Northwest DC, included in the severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. So we'll give you a wider perspective here and show you what all we are tracking on the map. Again, right now it's kind of call it three clusters of storms, one working its way through Montgomery County, DC, parts of Prince George's County, drifting closer to Anne Arundel and the Baltimore region. We have that other cluster of storms that's producing the tornado warning, but also a new tornado warning on the map right here. So we'll zoom into that warning and show you what we've got going on over by Syria, just to the south of Sperryville and Luray, an area that has gotten hit kind of relentlessly with some of these storms throughout the afternoon. But right now seeing some heavy rain, likely some thunder and lightning there around Syria for this new severe thunderstorm warning that drifts off to the south around parts of 231. So the entire area kind of started the afternoon under a severe thunderstorm watch. We now have the tornado watch in effect along and east of 95, where you can see a number of tornado warnings issued in effect off to our east. But right now, our tornado warning that we're most concerned with is working its way just to the south of Gold Vein. Looks like the National Weather Service may have trimmed it back a little bit more even still. As they do so, once the threat clears, they will drop an area from the warning, so you're not staying in that safe space for longer than necessary. But let's check in on velocity data. Again, a radar product that we use to show us whether or not storms are rotating, and this one's not in a great location. It's kind of far away from our radar site in Sterling, but if there is potential rotation, if this storm is rotating and possibly producing a funnel cloud, it would be in that area just along Route 3, right to the north of Brock Road. I know it doesn't look like much here on this product, but over Cookstown, I was looking at some of our other radar data, and again, that is the area where there is potential rotation happening within this storm. So let's time this out for you. This storm's moving about 30-35 miles, drifting off to the south and east. So we'll get you through the rest of this warning as that storm does roll through. If we can get this tool to cooperate, which so far today it is just not doing so, but sometimes that's what we get with technology. But there we go. We've got a track for you there as this storm continues to move closer to Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park. That's kind of right on the fringe of that warning, but still within the warned area. And just for some perspective, that's going to move in closer to about 6:15. So as we get toward the end of this warning, it's going to get closer to the Fredericksburg area shortly after that. So if you are within this warned area, please make sure you are getting into that safe location if you have not done so already. If you have loved ones in the area, check in. Make sure everyone knows that we do still have a little over 5 minutes left on this tornado warning. And if it drops, we will of course get you back to our regular programming. But if the National Weather Service does extend it, we will stay with you until this warning is dropped. But the most concerning part of this storm right now is over the Dunavant area, right along Route 3. In fact, we'll get you a little bit closer here even still. See if we can get a couple streets that sound familiar to you here. Doesn't look like anything's showing up there, so we'll get you a little farther off to the south and east. So again, you still have some time in this region. The strongest part of the storm just off to the north and west, but Brock Road, Old Elm Court, Hazel Grove, Chancellor West Boulevard, these are all areas that are under that severe thunderstorm warning and where that storm is quickly approaching. I would say 5-10 minutes. That's what you've got to get to your safe location. Now, this tornado warning within a broader severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6:15. This includes the city of Fredericksburg. So you're not under the tornado warning, but still very much in that severe thunderstorm warning. More of Culpeper, Spotsylvania, Stafford County. This is all about to cross the 95 corridor as we head through the back half of rush hour here. But do also still want to show you what's going on in parts of Montgomery County, Prince George's County, parts of D.C. as well. No doubt making for some rocky conditions for folks trying to travel along the Beltway right now. Even parts of Fairfax County still seeing that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. You are also under that severe thunderstorm warning here for another few minutes, about 5 minutes here, but I do think the National Weather Service will kind of keep bumping these severe thunderstorm warnings farther off to the east as they continue to track off to the east. But right now, just outside of Reston, McLean, you've got heavy rain, thunder, lightning. Similar story there in Potomac. Looks like that rainfall intensity has picked up quite a bit. And in these severe thunderstorm warnings, where again, we do have that tornado possible tag, meaning that the storm is issued, or the warning is issued rather, for that strong wind potential, but also the possibility of seeing more kinks in the radar, more of those small rotational couplets that could trigger another tornado warning. But right along the Beltway, all the way through Silver Spring, College Park, just getting pounded with heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Most of this storm is starting to clear out of Montgomery County and Prince George's County, or at least the strongest part of the storm, but you can still see a lot of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning covering parts of Prince George's County. And there you have it. Anne Arundel County now has a tornado warning in effect until 6:45. This is what we were talking about whenever that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. It was issued with a tornado possible tag. So this is kind of an untraditional, I will say, look at the reflectivity kind of radar data for a tornado warning to be issued. But let's go back and actually check that velocity data, because again, that gives us a better idea of if and how these storms are rotating. So this new tornado warning issued for Anne Arundel County until 6:15, with the strongest part of that storm seemingly being over the Odenton area, stretching back into Lake Shore. But again, just kind of a cluster cluster of a tornado warning there. So let's check out what's going on in terms of rotation. And not seeing a super clear signal there. It does definitely look like some powerful wind, but not the traditional velocity couplet that we typically look for in these storms. So we do now have another new tornado warning in effect for Anne Arundel County. Within the tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. The entire area is under that severe thunderstorm watch as well. So let's check back in with that tornado warning that we've been telling you about here for at least the last 20 minutes, the one that includes Orange, Spotsylvania, and Stafford County. That storm still looks really powerful to me. Even if it isn't necessarily rotating, it is still producing, no doubt, some powerful wind, as indicated with some of that heavy thunder and lightning. Lots of energy in this storm. The strongest part of the storm still right over Donovan, working its way closer to Hazel Grove, Brock Road, Chancellor. You are all still under this tornado warning for another 2-3 minutes. We'll see if the National Weather Service does extend it, because the strongest part of that storm that did look a little fishy to them, that indicated that possible rotation, has not yet moved into the area. Right now, it looks like we're looking live from our district camera, looking over toward looking north. So this is the storm that's moving through parts of Fairfax County, I think out of Reston into parts of Montgomery County. That is a dark, ominous looking cloud. Not seeing any thunder and lightning there on the sky cam as we kind of pan around, but you can see, no doubt, seeing a heavy shelf of rain across the region. Still not much in DC, so good news for folks trying to commute there, but no doubt a powerful storm. This is under a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but hefty, kind of scary looking live look out there from the district, again looking north toward that storm into parts of Fairfax and Montgomery County. Want to check in now with Grace. She's keeping an eye on some of these damage reports. Have you heard anything from the National Weather Service about that tornado warned area in Northern Virginia?
Yeah, so there haven't been any official storm damage reports at the moment, but there's certainly a bunch that are coming out of the Montgomery County area that we have already covered a bit tonight. A few trees down on houses, and of course affecting properties in and around that area. We were just looking at that live cam. This is the situation that is moving slowly but surely into the DC metro here. So from Reston all the way through McLean, through Silver Spring, College Park, plenty of lightning. Almost torrential downpours if we're kind of moving closer to that area right here, where you can see the dark red over Bethesda, moving into the Brookmont area. This will be approaching Cleveland Park, Rivercrest here, and even the Georgetown area, and eventually will be shifting across the Potomac in the next probably 20 to 25 minutes or so. So be expecting very heavy rain to be moving south into DC over the next 15 minutes or so. Again, this storm here, technically without, or I believe it does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, or at least it should. Very hefty downpours. We've seen rainfall rates reported back to us about 3 inches per hour already today. So as we're spanning down towards that storm that was down towards Fredericksburg that did have a tornado warning on it, does look like that was dropped off and that has been allowed to expire for the moment, which is good news, of course. But now Fredericksburg up to Stafford, down through Spotsylvania, and most of Spotsylvania County there is still under a severe thunderstorm warning that continues until about 6:45 tonight. So let's span things out, because we did have a couple of other tornado warnings in the area. Now more so north of the city rather than south. We've been tracking a couple of those tornado warnings in areas of Virginia, northern Virginia, out towards kind of those western areas in Shenandoah, and of course down towards the Fredericksburg area in the past couple of hours. But now we're seeing a lot more activity and potentially damaging activity out across those north and east portions of the DMV here. So Lakeshore, just north of Annapolis, those areas in Anne Arundel County still under a tornado warning. Portions of Prince George's County, actually not Prince George's County, Denton area, and then expanding out towards Lakeshore here. That will continue for another few minutes or so. So right now it's about 6:15, just past 6:15. This tornado warning will continue until 6:45. There's also another tornado warning across the Chesapeake Bay for the Chestertown area. This is Kent, County as well as Queens and County. So if you know anyone in the Centerville area, Chestertown area, in and along the eastern shore there, they are certainly dealing with some very heavy rainfall at the moment. And it does look like some of these tornado warnings expand even further to the north and east from Elkton all the way into Pennsylvania here, approaching East Bradford. So this is certainly not just, severe potential here in the DC area, but as we expand up to the north and east, this is definitely something that is going to impact not only DC, but Baltimore as we stretch up towards Philadelphia and even into New Jersey tonight. And of course, if you got friends and family at the beach over in Delaware, they're eventually going to be seeing a very heavy round of rain follow suit here as that continues to move off to the east tonight. So currently, we do not have any tornado warnings in the immediate DMV area across our viewing area here, as we like to say on TV. Again, I do want to zoom in on the DC region as of the last 15 minutes. I mean, this radar is pretty spectacular. I believe this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that engulfs most of that top half of the district here. That goes until about 7 p.m. and the other one is until 6:45 p.m. So about a 15-minute time difference there. But I do think that the impacts will be the same. Torrential downpours from Vienna through McLean out towards Silver Spring. I mean, you can just see sort of that wall approaching the downtown DC area, filtered in by some light rain as we expand down towards 395 and Bailey's Crossroads. Just feeling a little bit of light rain right now for down even into Reagan National, but just to the north of that, Georgetown, you guys will probably start to see some of that visibility fall as very heavy rain is moving into the region. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning here for this area across the district is going to be until about 6:45 tonight. I don't have any current updates really other than that. Caitlin, are you seeing anything else? I don't believe we have any tornado warnings here across the DMV anymore.
We are still watching that tornado warning in Anne Arundel County, so
Okay,
we'll stick with you guys until 6:45 until that warning does expire. But we did just hear one heck of a rumble of thunder here in Tenleytown at the station, and that's for that storm that Grace was just telling you about, that new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect now until 6:45. We'll give you a live look outside here over the district. You can see the Washington Monument there in the distance, some ominous looking clouds across the metro area for sure. So please make sure you're getting to that safe location if you are within the Beltway, if you are in DC, because the weather is going to start to deteriorate here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. But that tornado warning we do want to focus on is in effect for Anne Arundel County until 6:45. And I will say this tornado warning is within such a big cluster of storms that we haven't really seen a super significant rotational couplet, a velocity couplet that we typically look for when it does come to these tornado warnings. That being said, the National Weather Service sees something that they think warrants a tornado warning. So also waiting to see if we hear any reports of any ground truth. This is obviously a very populated area, so we'll wait to see if we get reports on whether anyone can actually see a funnel cloud extending from that storm down toward the surface. You can see a little bit of a velocity, I would say signature, don't even want to call it a couplet at this point, right off to the east of 97. That's where we have some indication of wind blowing both towards and away from the radar. So that tornado warning is in effect again for Anne Arundel County until 6:45. So if you find yourself between Odenton and Lake Shore, that's where you need to make sure you're getting to that safe location. We'll give you a couple other town names here because again, we have seen a number of tornado warnings in some more populated areas this afternoon, but this is no doubt an area where we do have a lot of folks who live in the area, commute through the area. If you have loved ones in this area, please make sure you are checking in with them and making sure they're getting to that safe location. How's that for an ominous look at the Capitol? You can see the storm there off to the west, clear skies off to the east, but that view is going to change here as we head through the next, say, 30 minutes to an hour as that storm continues to drift across the district. So back to that tornado warning, Jackson Grove down into Odenton, right along 175. That's where you are under a tornado warning. Millersville, Benfield, Carrollton Manor, if Harold Harbor sounds familiar. These are all areas that are under that tornado warning for another 25 minutes. And again, this tornado warning is within a much greater severe thunderstorm warning that was issued still for not only the potential of rotation, the potential of seeing a funnel cloud, but also damaging wind. If you're near Armiger, Beechwood Forest, Arundel Beach, over toward Lakeshore, kind of right on the edge of that tornado warning is where we see more thunder and lightning, some really significant wind, no doubt, whether or not it's rotating in the area. Bayside Beach, all within that tornado warning until 6:45. Now, I do want to get you back to the DC area because we had that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6:45 as well. This still does clip parts of Fairfax. You can see over by Falls Church, McLean, near Reston, still some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning just absolutely pouring now into parts of Bethesda and Northwest DC, Silver Spring over toward College Park. And again, this is also drifting off to the south and east. A live look outside at the White House where you can see the storm has arrived or is quickly approaching. You can see some really powerful wind there. Does look like we're seeing some light rain in the region, but still not seeing the worst of that storm quite yet. And again, can't emphasize enough, lots of thunder and lightning in these storms. So definitely want to make sure you are getting to a safe location and seeking shelter, even if it's not a tornado warning. We say it all the time that severe thunderstorm warnings can produce just as much damage. So let's time out this line for you here as it works its way through parts of Fairfax County and the district, moving around 30 to 35 miles per hour. That's going to put it toward Children's National here just about any minute now. So we'll give you a wider perspective again at this tornado warning because it was just extended off to the south and east, it looks like. Let's zoom things out a little bit more. Still in effect for 6:45, but yes, it does now include Annapolis. So kind of an untraditional tornado warning box we've got there from the National Weather Service. Didn't extend in time, but did extend in coverage. So this does now include Annapolis. Let's show you where that new polygon is for that tornado warned storm that, again, Annapolis is just kind of right in the center of. But this, again, really highly populated area. Please make sure that you are checking in with loved ones if they're in the area. If you got an alert to your phone that you are under that tornado warning, that you too are seeking shelter near Gingerville, Bestgate, Belvoir Manor, Arnold, over toward Tanglewood. This whole area now within a tornado warning as well, still in effect until 6:45. So the initial warning a little farther off to the north toward Arundel Beach and Harold Harbor. Let me zoom things out here so again you can get some perspective of where exactly this warning is. Still just encompassing Anne Arundel County, but now more of the county down toward Annapolis, just to the north of Shelby on the Bay rather. So we'll give you again hopefully a little perspective of where this warning is, covering really much of Anne Arundel County. Now also includes, or that one is for Kent and Queen Anne's, but this is the storm we're most concerned with. Looks like they did drop that warning off to the north and just extended it off to the south. So here is that area that is now under a tornado warning. And again, not your traditional looking tornado warning box issued by the National Weather Service. I think that speaks to just kind of the sporadic nature that we have to Doppler radar right now. But let's put on that velocity data and see if there is any clear indication of where rotation might be. My guess is it would be right around this area. I know it doesn't look like much, but right around the intersection of 450 and Route 2 near Epping Forest, Arnold, St. Margaret's, Dulles Corner. That's where there's potentially some rotation within that storm. It looks like we also now just got a flash flood warning in effect for parts of the district. Not seeing a query on exactly when that's in effect until, but it does include parts of Prince George's County, Montgomery County, 930 there for that flash flood warning. That tells me that these storms are also now moving at a little bit of slower pace, but also keep in mind, it's a very urban area. Rain does not drain and absorb as quickly as it does in some of the rural areas where we've seen some of these heavier downpours. So that's likely a leading factor as to why that flood warning was issued. Rainfall rates like this can quickly clog up storm drains, of course, overflow rivers and streams. That's more of an issue that we see outside of the district, but some urban street flooding absolutely possible here as this storm kind of drifts off to the south now through parts of Georgetown Underground back toward Howard University, Chilham Station, and still impacting again a large swath of parts of Montgomery County and Prince George's County as well. So let's zoom things out here and show you the bigger picture of this cell in particular, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7 o'clock now. Looks like they extended the timing on that and included the flash flood warning. So still impacting parts of Fairfax County as well. So DC, Fairfax, Montgomery, and Prince George's all in that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45. 7 o'clock tonight. The severe thunderstorm warning, for 7 o'clock is back toward Anne Arundel. But now pretty much the entire district, McLean, parts of southern Montgomery County, and Prince George's County under that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 with the flash flood warning as well. Heading back down into Fredericksburg, another area where we have seen a number of those tornado warnings kind of move through the area or move to the north and west of the area. Do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for about another 15 minutes, including Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania, and Stafford. Lots of rain, lots of lightning, lots of energy in these storms. And we did see an extension on this severe thunderstorm warning as well until 6:30 for Culpeper and Madison. The strongest part of that storm is over Syria. So let's get you back to where we do have that tornado warning in effect. It is within the area where we have the tornado watch along and east of 95 with a severe thunderstorm watch off to the south and west. Again, keep in mind this afternoon the entire area started under just a severe thunderstorm watch, and then the tornado watch was added throughout the evening. But this is that current tornado warning in effect until 6:45. This is for Anne Arundel County right over Annapolis. Does look like they might have extended that polygon a little bit farther off to the north as well. So let's give you a closer look at again where we have that tornado warning in effect for 15 more minutes. You need to make sure you are getting to that safe location if you are not already there. Again, these storms are not as easy to track as kind of our typical little cells. We kind of have multi-cell clusters of storms, so I would absolutely stay in that safe location until the warning is dropped, until the threat of a possible tornado has cleared. So if you're in Camp St. Clair over by Tanglewood, Annapolis, Hillsmere Shores, these are all areas under that tornado warning for another 15 minutes. This storm will eventually drift over the bay, but for the time being, there is enough indication from the National Weather Service that there is possible rotation in that storm. You can see just off to the north back toward Lakeshore. This is where we also had a tornado warning. That threat has waned, so the warning was canceled. Now it is in effect around the Annapolis area. But do want to get you back to the district as well, because not only do we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6:45, we also have the flood warning as well. These storms are producing a lot of rain, lots of thunder and lightning. And of course, the district, not great drainage. So we are going to be watching the potential for some standing water. A reminder that if you encounter any kind of standing water, make sure that you are seeking, or that you are turn around, don't drown. We say it all the time. And it does sound like we have a new tornado warning. This is down into Spotsylvania County until 7 o'clock. The strongest part of that storm does look to be just outside of the warning, where you can see that really dense thunder and lightning, some really heavy rain as well. So if you are in the area, please make sure you are getting to a safe location. The strongest part of the storm right over Chancellor, and this is going to drift off to the east, closer to Route 1 and 95. So let's zoom in a little bit closer here, check that velocity data as we've been doing throughout the afternoon and evening to see where there is possible rotation in this storm. And this is right around the area that my guess is the National Weather Service is concerned with. Likely another radar indicated tornado. We'll check in with Grayson a little bit to see if they have any indication of ground truth, any visual spotting of a funnel cloud on the ground, but this certainly looks like enough of a velocity signature to warrant that tornado warning. This is right over the Leavels area. So Leavels Road, Breckenridge Drive, Leavels Road. Again, that is where there is potential rotation within this storm, right around the Smith Station Road area. area crossing 208. This is where you need to make sure you're getting into that safe location if you are in the area. So again, this is now in effect for Stafford County until 7 o'clock tonight. Let's time out this storm for you as it drifts off to the south and east. My guess would be the speed on this storm is probably closer to about 30-35 miles per hour. Again, these storms have not been moving very quickly throughout the day today. That is likely what prompted that flood warning in effect for parts of the district. So let's time out where the strongest part of that storm is now, drag it off to the south and east, the direction in which these storms are heading. So Battlefield Elementary School, just a minute or two until the weather really starts to deteriorate in your area. Please make sure you are seeking that safe location. A small interior room away from windows, a basement, going to be your best option. The storm is going to be near Cortland Elementary School around 6:35. Leavels closer to 6:35 as well. The King's Academy by 6:36 and Massaponax High School closer to 6:45. But keep in mind that warning does extend a little farther off to the south and east as well. Do want to take you back to the district. Not only do we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 10 to 15 minutes, but that flood warning as well. We need to be taking these flood warnings seriously. Lots of heavy rain, likely lots of ponding and standing water starting to show up around the district, and we are still in the commuting hours. So again, never drive across a flooded road. You never know just how deep that water is. So that's a concern we have around DC, parts of Montgomery County, and Prince George's County as well. So I do want to check in now with meteorologist Grace Thornton. She's got some tips on flood safety because we haven't seen many flood warnings so far this morning, and also want to check in and see if you have any reports from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, Caitlin, so those reports are kind of slow coming in. Of course, we did have some reports of trees down in Montgomery County, and we've also seen a report of standing water and flooding issues in Howard County as they, Ellicott City, I know, has some really bad issues with potential flash flooding issues. So now that we have a flash flood warning in place for the district, that goes until 9:30. So we're already seeing the torrential downpour across the city. Here's a look at some of those flood safety tips. You never want to drive over a flooded road. You just never want to do it, especially flooded roads can be quite murky. You don't really know what's in them. There could be down power lines, especially when we're dealing with strong to severe thunderstorms like this moving across the district. So you never want to do that. You always want to turn around, don't drown. 6 inches of water can sweep you off your feet, and it doesn't take much more than that to float a car or, of course, inundate a car with issues, with that flooding there. Up to 24 inches can move a truck off of a roadway. So you really want to be careful with this. Now that we do have a tornado warning as well out there, I do want to just quickly go over where to go, just so you know those safe spaces. Now, a hallway, a closet, a bathroom, stairs, those are the areas that you want to go to when you are under a tornado warning. Also, a lot of areas here on the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic do have basements. That is actually the best place that you can go under a tornado warning. These places are also great, places to go if you're just under a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. So please know where to go. Again, those green spaces, a stairwell, a bathroom, and then that flood safety. Again, never drive across a flooded road. We now have that flash flood warning ongoing for the District of Columbia right now, and plenty of heavy rain moving across the area. It does look like that they clipped off that tornado warning to the south a little bit, but we'll still continue to see this flash flood warning going for another few hours because these are slow moving storms. Now, some of these storms, especially down to the south that do have the tornado warning associated with them, have started picking up a little bit more speed, which is good for us because it will lessen the risk for flooding in those areas. And also, hopefully, some of these storms, now that we're starting to lose the heating of the day and that first boundary is starting to lose a little bit of its juice, hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of these storms, that kind of southern section of storms, start to lose a little bit of juice here. So We're definitely seeing a strong storm from the Chancellor area out towards Fredericksburg. Again, this is engulfed by a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to continue for a little while longer here. And you can see that they've extended it down towards the Bowling Green area across Highway 301. But again, that tornado warning near the Spotsylvania area up to Bellevue, down towards Smithville, Claiborne as well. And the Corbin region will be kind of up next. So that tornado warning continuing until 7 p.m. Let's span out just a little bit and make sure that we can get some town names in here, as again, this is still going to continue for a fair amount of time. Whoops, that was a mistake. So let's go back and let's draw this line right on the cusp of where we could see some action here, right across Route 1, Bellevue, Spotswood Elementary School, Spotsylvania Regional Medical Center. Those areas, of course, need some help getting maybe those patients into some safe spaces. Make sure you're away from doors and windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the storm. Fredericksburg Christian School as well, New Post, and Massaponax as well. So this is going to continue. Right now it is 6:37, so we still have a couple of more minutes here. Again, now that tornado warning has not been reissued across the county line there. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, that the National Weather Service put out there for Caroline County, as of course that storm is expected to move further south and east there. It looks like Caitlin McGrath has some additional info for us as we move into tonight. Caitlin, what are you tracking?
Yeah, Grace, still haven't seen any damage reports from the National Weather Service as it relates to any of the tornado warnings, in fact, that we've seen through parts of northern Virginia. But we are getting more reports of flooding, especially up toward the Baltimore area. Of course, we've seen those damage reports from downed trees, even some downed trees onto homes in Montgomery County. But kind of an interesting tornado warning box they've got here in Spotsylvania County until 7 o'clock tonight. The strongest part of that storm is absolutely actually outside of the warning. That being said, I was just looking at some radar data to see if we are seeing rotation, and while there may be a broad velocity couplet in the area, there is no doubt some strong straight line wind gusting 45 to 55 miles per hour. But again, this is the part of the storm right now where we are seeing the strongest wind, heavy rain, thunder, lightning, lots of energy in this storm right over Chancellor, in between Route 3 and 208 into parts of Fredericksburg as well. So the tornado warning itself actually a little farther off to the south and east, but of course that's where this storm is heading next, and it's really just a small part of Stafford County until 7 o'clock that this warning is issued for, and I think the storm might kind of outpace the warning box, so we'll see if they do drop it a little bit early, but for the time being in effect until 7 o'clock. And the concern here is that that really strong wind, whether it's rotating or not, is approaching the 95 corridor as we head through the back half of the evening rush right along Route 1 from Bellevue down into Smith's Mills. So let's give you a closer look at, again, some of the towns in the path of this storm, because if you are within that tornado warning, if you got an alert to your phone, you need to make sure you are in your safe location. If you've got loved ones in the area, check in, make sure everyone is seeking shelter, because conditions are deteriorating pretty quickly here around South Point Parkway. Again, Route 1, Spotsylvania Parkway, Mill Road. In fact, I'm going to give you a little bit of a wider perspective here, zoomed in a little bit too far there to show you some of the towns that are in this area. Again, right along 95, no doubt going to slow down some traffic there. If we can get a look at a traffic camera, again, 95 in the area just to the south of Fredericksburg. Massaponax Church Road, you're still just seeing light rain for now, but that storm is heading in your direction next. Could in fact see some small hail in this storm, kind of just outside of that tornado warning polygon. You can kind of see some deeper red, maybe a little bit of magenta, indicating possible small hail just to the south of 5 Mile Fork. But the tornado warning itself right along parts of 95 and through parts of Bellwood. So let's drag out radar here a little bit. This storm is being reported to be moving around 25 miles per hour off to the south and east, so still fairly slow. That's why we're starting to see the flooding concerns elevate as well. I'll show you that flash flood warning that's in effect for the district here until 9:30 tonight. in just a few minutes, but do want to start off with this tornado warning because if the storm is rotating, that part of the storm with that strong wind is starting to work its way into that warned area. We're looking live at Route 3 in Spotsylvania. You see those cars driving through the town center there, kicking up a lot of rain. That looks like standing water that cars are driving through. And again, we say it all the time. We will continue to reiterate, no amount of standing water is safe to drive through. So we are starting to see some of that flooding in the area. With a live look like that, would not be surprised if we do see a flash flood warning in effect around the Spotsylvania area as well, because not only are these storms moving really slowly, this is an area that has seen repeated heavy rain over the course of the past several hours. But let's time out this tornado warning for you again, because this storm is moving off to the south and east rather slowly. And once again, it looks like our storm track just doesn't want to play ball with us today. But the tornado warning is in effect for parts of Spotsylvania County. Again, this storm is going to cross into Caroline County. Whether or not they extend the warning, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, just in Spotsylvania until 7 o'clock tonight. Let's give that one more shot and see if we can't time out the storm as it continues to move off to the south and east around 25 miles per hour. We'll check in with meteorologist Grace Thornton in just a minute to see if she can give us a better indication of the track of that storm. But do want to check back in with DC, because not only do we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6:45, this also includes parts of Fairfax County, though the storm has cleared out of Fairfax County and Montgomery County for that matter. I know Montgomery County is still seeing some moderate to even heavy rain back into Rockville, but no severe characteristics there right now. The real severe concern from this storm is still moving through parts of DC and into Prince George's County. You can see in parts of northeast, southeast along 295 over into Morningside, up by Northwest Stadium. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, the entire district and parts of Prince George's County and Montgomery County also included in that flood warning until 9:45. And I know it looks like the heaviest rain is moving out, so you might be saying, why is there a flood warning until 9:45? Because we can continue to see water rise after storms clear out, especially with rivers and streams, but even with instances of urban street flooding as well. Now, there is still another severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Anne Arundel and Prince George's County until 7:30. You can see that heavy rain moving toward Northwest Stadium into parts of Bowie, Queen Anne, and Anne Arundel County. Now we'll get you back to that flood warning again in effect until 9:30 rather. This does include Arlington as well, DC, Montgomery, and parts of Prince George's County. It does sound like they just did drop that tornado warning for Spotsylvania. So we'll give you another check there of that storm down there, because again, still producing some heavy wind, no doubt. Not seeing a ton of thunder and lightning. That's a good indication of kind of the strength of that storm. And don't want to ignore our areas of northern Virginia off to the north and west from Washington into Warrenton, Culpeper, Syria, where you are still seeing some heavy rain, thunder, lightning. No wind concerns with that area there. So again, that tornado warning did drop. That was in effect for Spotsylvania County, but do want to remind you that we do still have a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Now, I do think a lot of these storms are going to really start to wind down after about 7:30, 8:30 tonight, especially once we lose the sun, we lose the heating of the day. But for now, a tornado watch is in effect along and east of 95, a severe thunderstorm watch also in effect for the entire area. So we'll continue to keep an eye on these storms. Do want to get you back to your regular programming if you're watching us here on WUSA9, and we'll continue streaming on WUSA9 as well. So for now, Leslie, we'll send things back to you.
Yep, and we're going to do exactly what you just said. Send this back to the CBS Evening News. We'll see you on streaming in just a moment. And hopefully we'll do that soon.